So guys, we're going to learn the nmap and Wireshark in here, and this will be from all beginning to advanced. So into this nmap and Wireshark part, there will be two separated section. Like first section, we're going to learn the complete nmap course, which will be from beginner to advanced, and then into this second session, we're going to learn the complete Wireshark course, which will be from beginner to advanced. So into this nmap course, we're going to first learn about the basic of nmap, with how we can install nmap, how we can use it, how we can initialize, how we can filter out, so etc. Then we're going to learn about the firewall, IDS evasion, then spoofing, all of those using nmap. Then after that, we're going to learn about the nmap output and all of those extras that we need to know. And then we're going to learn about the Zenmap, which is a part of the nmap, so it will be full completed part. And into this Wireshark part, we're going to first learn about the basics of Wireshark, like how you can install the Wireshark in different operating system like Windows, Kali Linux, or any Linux distributor, then Mac OS X, etc. So how you can install, and then how you can use Wireshark in like graphical user interface, then or command line interface. Then after that, the basic part of Wireshark, then we're going to move and we're going to learn about the interaction between the Wireshark and nmap. So then into this interaction part, we will be learn about how you can gather traffic using both Wireshark and nmap to, and then you can just filter out the different protocol like that you need to know, or you can just filter out ICMP or HTTP, all of those filters using both Wireshark graphical user interface and nmap command line interface. So we're going to learn about those interaction into this Wireshark course. So that's all. It is a bonus course, so that's all you're gonna learn about from complete to beginning about the nmap and Wireshark. In this lecture, we'll be talking about setting up, like downloading and install nmap both on Windows and Linux. So I'll be using Linux as my virtual machine, but first let's talk about Windows, how you can download and install nmap on Windows. So simple, just search nmap, go to this website. So this is our nmap official website. So you can have like discovery, nmap, all of those updates and news. Then go to download, and you can choose any binaries for any version that you use, like Microsoft Windows, Linux, RPM, Mac OS binaries. So as you can see, source code, other operating system like Linux, and all of those. So as I am using Windows, so let's download nmap. So let's download in desktop. So let's pause. When download completes, I'll be back. So download is complete, so let's install the nmap. So double click the installation file. It's a pretty simple process. Check for newer updates. So let's check. So click next, install on the default directory. I agree. Install npcap. Install. So you have to also install some separate tools to work there, so that the nmap works on Windows. Click next, finish, next. So as you can see, this is our nmap graphical user interface. So you can use target computer or target host. You can use any command in here. It's not like a command that we use on Linux. is mostly a graphical user interface for nmap. So as you can see, you can have like ports, topology, host detail, scan. So use target 192.168.1.1. So let's use quick scan. As you can see, it will give a result similar like this. So you can use certain comments. So all of those comments are in here. So as you can see, you can use intense scan, quick scan, regular scan, quick scan plus. So let's use all TCP ports scan. So simply just what you have to do is use a profile that is pre-built in, or you can use comments separately in here. So as you can see, you can use separate comments in here. So what you have to do is simply just click scan, and as you can see, it will give so it is running. So this is the icon that you can see is it is ongoing. So when it will stop and it will end all those scan. So as I have said, it's intense scan all TCP port, so it will take some time to complete all the scans. So as you can see, it's done. So now we can see what we received. So as you can see, we have like authorization in here, which is our config for TP router. Then we have like ports. You can see ports in here. We can see the topology. So you can see host details in here. As you can see, we have used Linux, and we have used, so in here you can have like save ports. So you can choose any other target if you want. Just simply type or change your target. You can choose any scan, like let's type ping scan. So it's a simple ping scan on this target. So let's change our target to 0.1. I cannot. I cannot click. So that's how you use nmap on Windows. So let's now close and open our Linux or Kali Linux to show you the installation process on Kali Linux machine. So even though most of the Linux distributor has nmap pre-installed, but if you don't have is pre-installed, you can simply just install nmap using a simple command. I will show you that, but it's better to use Kali Linux because Kali Linux has all of those pre-installed. You can use other Linux distributor, but most of them may not have nmap pre-installed. So it's better to use Kali Linux because Kali Linux is the best operating system for penetration testing purpose. So let's just open our terminal. So let's just type apt get install nmap. So what this will do is it will automatically install all of those nmap in here. As you can see, I already have installed nmap, that's why I didn't even update or newly installed. So simply type nmap to use nmap's command interface, but if you want to use nmap's graphical user interface, so simply type nmap So as you can see, you can have all of those scans options in here. So that's it. That's the pretty much the simple process of downloading and installing Nmap on both Windows and Linux. You can do the same way both for your other operating systems if you use other like Mac or any Linux or Ubuntu. Process is simply the same. Just type install Nmap on your Ubuntu or any Linux distributor. It will simply install Nmap.
Hello there. So, how to use Nmap and basic commands and tutorial guide. Nmap is a network mapper that has emerged as one of the most popular free network discovery tools on the market. Nmap is now one of the core tools used by network administrators to map their networks. The program can be used to find live hosts on a network, perform port scanning, ping sweeps, OS detection, and version detection. A number of recent cyber attacks have refocused attention on the type of network auditing that Nmap provides. Analysts have pointed out that the recent Capital One hack, for instance, could have been detected sooner if system administrators had been monitoring connected devices. In the guide, we'll look at what Nmap is, what it can do. Let's open Nmap first. In VirtualBox, Kali Linux, I already installed Nmap in my Linux. You guys can watch this, look at this. Here is target specification, host discovery, scan techniques, port specification and scan order. What services Nmap give is here, and how to complete Nmap command and how to use it. At its core, Nmap is a network scanning tool that uses IP packets to identify all the devices connected to a network and provide information on the service and operating systems they are running. And at a particular level, Nmap is used to provide detailed real-time information on your networks and on the devices connected to them. The primary uses of Nmap can be broken into three core processes. First, the program gives you detailed information on every IP active on your networks, and each IP can then be scanned. This allows administrators to check whether an IP is being used by a legitimate service or by an external attacker. So what is Nmap? And Nmap is used to scan enterprise scale network, small business networks, connected devices, load devices and traffic. I discussed it already. At its core, Nmap is a network scanning tool that uses IP packets to identify all the devices connected to a network and to provide information on the services and operating systems they are running. The program is most commonly used a command line interface, though graphical user interface front ends are also available, and is available for many different operating systems such as Linux, FreeBSD, and Gentoo. Its popularity has also been bolstered by an active and enthusiastic user support community. Nmap was developed for enterprise scale networks and can scan through thousands of connected devices. However, in recent years, Nmap is being increasingly used by smaller companies. The rise of the IoT in particular now means that the networks used by these companies have become more complex and therefore harder to secure. This means that Nmap is now used in many website monitoring tools to audit the traffic between web services and IoT devices. Recent emergence of IoT botnets like Mirai has also stimulated interest in Nmap, not least because of its ability to interrogate devices connected via the UPnP protocol and to highlight any devices that may be malicious. So what does Nmap do? Nmap core process. Nmap provides informations on every active IP so you can determine if an IP is being used by a legitimate service or an external attacker. Your network as a whole, including live hosts, open ports, and the OS of every connected devices. And vulnerabilities. Scan your own server to simulate the process that a hacker would use to attack your site. Let's watch this. Now I can target a domain name or multiple domain name. First, nmap version. Look at this command: nmap double hyphen double minus whatever you say, then version, and you got the version nmap version 7.80. And now I try to attack a domain. Google.com is my domain. Here you guys see port, state, service. If I want, I can give facebook.com to multiple domain. Here is multiple result. Now need nmap help. Nmap minus minus help. All the information you find here: target specification, host discovery, scan techniques, port specification and scan order. Inside target specification you find IP addresses, networks, or many other things. Example: given the default IP. One more thing, Nmap has also become a valuable tool for users looking to protect personal and business websites. Using Nmap to scan your own web server, particularly if you are hosting your website from home, is essentially simulating the process that a hacker would use to attack your site. Attacking your own site in this way is a powerful way of identifying security vulnerabilities. Nmap is straightforward to use and most of the tools it provides are familiar to system admins from other programs. The advantage of Nmap is that it brings a wide range of these tools into one program rather than forcing you to skip between separate and discrete network monitoring tools. You guys can run a ping scan. One of the most basic functions of Nmap is to identify active hosts on your network. Nmap does this by using a ping scan. This identifies all of the IP addresses that are currently online without sending any packets to these hosts. To run a ping scan, run this following command. So 4 hosts together, multiple host target. This is another command in map cat IP minus li. This command then returns a list of hosts on your network and the total number of assigned IP addresses. If you spot any hosts or IP addresses on this list that you cannot account for, you can then run further commands to investigate them further. And how you can run a host scan, now I show you. A more powerful way to scan your networks is to use Nmap to perform a host scan. Unlike a ping scan, a host scan actively sends ARP request packets to all the hosts connected to your network. Each host then responds to this packet with another ARP packet connecting its status and addresses, MAC addresses. To run host scan, use nmap minus sp less than target IP range, and this returns information on every host, their latency, their MAC address, and also any description associated with this address. This can be a powerful way of spotting suspicious hosts connected to network. And this is a scan for my targeted IP. Scan result, targeted IP is port service state. 10 IP addresses, one host scanned. The returns a list of names associated with the scanned IP. This description provides information on what the IP is actually for. Using Nmap in Kali Linux can be done in an identical way to running the program on any other flavor of Linux. That there are advantages to using Kali when running Nmap scans. Most modern distros of Kali now come with a fully featured Nmap suite, which includes an advanced GUI and results viewer, Nmap, a flexible data transfer, reduction, and debugging tool. Nmap ping scanning command nmap -sp192.100.1.124 and host scanning. Host scanning returns more detailed information on a particular host or a range of IP addresses as mentioned. You can perform a host scan using the command nmap -sp then target IP. You guys can run a operating system scanning. by nmap-o, then target IP. As mentioned, a ping scan returns information on every active IP on your network. You can execute a ping scan easily. And the major differences between these types of scans are whether they cover TCP or UDP ports and whether they execute a TCP connection. The most basic of these scans is the SSTCP SYN scan, and this gives most users all the information they need. It scans thousands of ports per second, and because it doesn't complete a TCP connection, it does not arouse suspicion. The main alternative to this type of scan is the TCP connect scan, but can return more reliable information. Now another scan and the target my port 80 and port 443. You guys can check any target just like me. I randomly click here. If you are running nmap on a home server, this command is very useful. It automatically scans a number of the most popular ports for host. You can run this command using nmap top ports 20 192.168.1.106. Replace the 20 with the number of ports to scan, and nmap quickly scans that many ports. It returns a conscious output that details the status of the most common ports, and this lets you quickly see whether you have any unnecessarily open ports. And if you want to output a file, the results of your nmap scans to a file, you can add an extension to your commands. To do that, simply add -1 output.txt. One very important aspect of nmap to remember is that these scans should be ran with raw root or administrator access depending on the type of system you are using. This is required because the scans send raw packets which require privileged system access. Of the scan types listed below table, only the concept and FTP bonus scans can be run without privileged access. Now I gave 30 commands about nmap and randomly show you by typing in Kali Linux. So first, target selection, scan a single IP, nmap 192.168.20.128, and scan a host, nmap, then target host www.example.com, then scan a range of IPs like nmap 192.168.20.120 minus 128, just like this, and scan a subnet nmap then 192.168.20.224, and you can scan targets from text file by giving command nmap minus ilips.txt. Here scan techniques TCP SYN, IP address 192.168.1.203, and TCP port is 80, and is protocol length and information and destination and time and search. Sorry guys for delay. In this practical nmap tutorial, we will learn how to use some of the basic nmap commands to scan in a network. If you are new to nmap, this is the perfect place to start. I show you once nmap single target scan. You can scan a target with nmap without specifying any command line option. The target you want to scan can be either an IP address or a host name. If you choose a host name, nmap would automatically try to resolve a name to its IP addresses like nmap, then target IP or host name. The nmap command output shows like port, status and state and service. IP range scan with nmap of IPs in the same subnet where the IP range is separated by dash as I show you in video. If you intended to scan multiple network subnets, you can use wildcard character star representing all valid ranges of IPs within a subnet 0 to 255 to perform the scan in one go. For example, if we want to scan all the hosts in class C 192.168.1.203, we would use the command. Here how I can gathering information by giving command in nmap and gathering website information. Just carefully watch the video and try your own way. I deleted some personal information because of security issue. Here is another app, Metasploit. Now Windows CMD, VirtualBox and Windows CMD. Just restore default settings in this machine. Installing parallel DNS. If you plan to scan large number of IPs or host names instead of Listing each IP hostname on the nmap command line, you can create a text file containing all the targets you want to scan and use the file as input for nmap. Turn up Windows Farewell. Nmap aggressive scan picks several of the most frequently used nmap options and provides a quick substitute to typing a long string of command line arguments. So completed NSE and it report. It gives real-time information of a network, detailed information of all the IPs activated on your network, number of ports open in a network, provide the list of live hosts, port, OS and host scanning. And this V option to scan using -V option, it is used to get more detailed information about the remote machines. To scan multiple hosts, and to scan whole subnet, we can scan a whole subnet or IP range with nmap by providing star sign with it. It will scan a whole subnet and give the information about those hosts which are up in the network. To scan a detect firewall settings, sudo nmap -s capital A 103.76.228.244. Here how can I remotely get access in my VirtualBox Windows machine. PC name Rahul PC, target name Rahul PC is my PC name. So at a practical level, nmap is used to provide detailed real-time information on your networks and on the devices connected to them. The primary uses of nmap can be broken into three core processes. First, the program gives you detailed information on every IP active on your networks, and each IP can then be scanned. This allows administrators to check whether an IP is being used by a legitimate service or by an external attacker. Secondly, nmap provides information on your network as a whole. It can be used to provide a list of live hosts and open ports, as well as identifying the OS of every connected device. This makes it a valuable tool in ongoing system monitoring, as well as a critical part of pen testing. Nmap can be used alongside the Metasploit framework, as I show you guys in video, for instance, to probe and then repair network vulnerabilities. Thirdly, Nmap has also become a valuable tool for users looking to protect personal and business websites. Using Nmap to scan your own web server, particularly if you are hosting your website from home, is essentially simulating the process that a hacker would use to attack your site. Attacking your own site in this way is a powerful way of identifying security vulnerabilities. So, how to run a ping scan? One of the most basic functions of Nmap is to identify active hosts on your network. Nmap does this by using a ping scan. This identifies all of the IP addresses that are currently online without sending any packets to these hosts. To run a ping scan, Nmap -sp192.100.1.1 by 24. How to run a host scan? I discussed it already. A more powerful way to scan your networks is to use Nmap to perform a host scan. Unlike a ping scan, a host scan actively sends ARP request packets to all the hosts connected to a network. Its status and MAC address. To run a host scan, use this command nmap-sp then target IP range. This returns information on every host, their latency, their MAC address, and also any description associated with this address. This can be a powerful way of spotting suspicious hosts connected to network. And if you see anything unusual in this list, you can then run a DNS query on a specific host by using nmap-sl then targeted IP address. This returns a list of names associated with the scanned IP. This description provides information on what the IP is actually for. So this is for today, guys. Just watch the video carefully and try it by your own. Hope you guys liked it, and thanks for watching. Hello there. So today's topic is port scanning and fingerprint. So, large IP ranges, Nmap, Jmap, or anything. So it's a IP address 192.168.1 into 3.5 Nmap IP address. The fact is pretty obvious that footprinting is essential to any successful attack. By and large, 70% of any attack should be spent gathering precious footprinting. In doing so, an attacker knows operating system, open ports. So now I paste this IP address. There are two different type of footprinting or recognition, active or passive. Each one has pros and cons. So this is data in it. Network data tool. Nmap is a free and open source tool for network discovery and security auditing. It comes with either command line or GUI version. Nmap runs all major operating systems such as Windows, Linux, and Mac OS. Before we start port scanning, we need to understand the TCP three-way handshake. So, unprivileged TCP connect or privileged raw SON strength. The host attempting a connection. Here as the diagram is shown above, the host attempting a connection sends a destination host a packet with a SON flag. Then the remote host would check the proper are in place for the connection to be made. If all the requirements are met, then the remote host sends the first host a packet with the SYN and ACK flags. Finally, the first host sends a single ACK flag back to the second host, completing the handshake and establishing the connection. So first we will do basic ping scan, which simply pings every IP in a range of IPs and reports any hosts that respond. As seen below, we scan a range of IP 192.168.56.0 It's a IP address that will diagnose every IP from 192 from 168.56.0. So I just put a command apt hyphen get that swg IP address nmap. Let's check this. There is not only very basic scanning with nmap but also comprehensive investigation like open or close ports and services as well as its version. The nmap command with -s5 option actively probe open ports to determine what service and version they are running. So this is https nmap.org, its website. Here is the port number, state, services, MAC address, nmap scan report, all the report is here. Targeted IPs, all the record is here. Here is input file name, input from list. So targeted IP. Here is another command. There are many tools for port scanning or OS fingerprinting other than Nmap. However, Nmap always stays ahead of the rest. To achieve this, it does require performing port scanning or operating system fingerprinting. There are numbers types of port scanners to name, but we will discuss a popular open source tool called Nmap. Nmap is a free and open source tool, I said first. So here is a raw package. Nmap IR3 VV, it's another command for tracing. So discover port. How can you discover port? Port scanning is used to determine what ports a system may be listening on. This will help an attacker to determine what services may be running on the system. Same port scanners scan through ports in numeric order. Some use a random order. There are many different methods used for port scanning, including SYN scanning, ACK scanning, and FIN scanning. Port sweeping is similar to port scanning. Port sweeping attempts to find listening ports on the system. The difference is that instead of scanning one system on multiple ports, with port sweeping, multiple systems are scanned on the same port. This controls how many TCP SYN packets per second per single IP source are permitted before the firewall being dropping TCP SYN packets from the source. Packets are dropped for the remainder of the second. The configuration actually detects a quick series of 10 packets. To increase the detection rate, lower the period. To decrease the detection rate, increase the period. The lowest possible detection rate is 10 packets in a period of 1 lakh microseconds. No sessions are set up drop packets. A good starting number of port protection is 1 lakh microseconds. Will most commonly detect scans and sweeps from script or other automated semi-intelligent attacks. More experienced black hats will scan more slowly, generally slow enough to avoid being detected by a firewall. This technique of sending port scanning packets. So today's topic is Nmap. So what is Nmap? Nmap is a network scanner created by Jordan Lane. Let's search Google about Nmap. Go to this website, Nmap the network mapper free security scanner. Here is the Nmap official website. You can download it for Mac or Linux or Windows operating system as well. Here is some documentation and about section, how you can user guide, how you can use Nmap in the site navigation, communication, all the information about Nmap is here. Nmap provides a number of features for proving computer networks, including host discovery and service and operating system detection. These features are extensible by scripts that provide more advanced service detection, vulnerability detection, and other features. Nmap can adapt to network conditions including latency and congestion during scan. Actually, Nmap started as a Linux utility and was ported to other systems including Windows, Mac OS, and BSD. It is most popular on Linux. So NF features include host discovery, identifying hosts on a network, for example, listening the hosts that respond to TCP and or ICMP requests or have a particular port open, port scanning, ports, TCP IP stack fingerprinting, determining the operating systems and hardware characteristics of network devices based on observations of network activity of said devices. So here it gives some command. Nmap can provide further information on targets, including reverse DNS. Here is the all the configuration and network configuration about the PC by found by the help of Nmap. Now clear. Just look the comment carefully. So if you go to Nmap official website, you can find scripts, NC engine information. Detecting service and application versions of Kali Linux in Nmap. Detecting service and application versions by default, Nmap identifies open ports on the target host and correlates these port numbers with common services associated with those ports. located in the nmap service file, but is it really a web server running on port 80? When you are managing your network assets and performing security auditing, nmap can go one step further to probe the open ports to attempt to identify the application or service running on it. For asset management, you are interested in the version of services and applications, not only for inventory reasons but also for policy compliance. You may find systems running unauthorized servers, so you will want to identify the running unauthorized services and applications that are running. For security auditing, you are interested in service and application versions from a vulnerability and patch management perspective. Nmap can perform version detection to assist in gathering more detail on the services and applications running on the identified open ports. Version detection uses a variety of probes located in the nmap services probes file to solicit responses from the service and applications. Nmap queries the target host with the probe information and analyzes the response. So, detecting service and application versions in Nmap, there are some steps like service protocol, the service running on the open port such as FTP, hypertext transfer protocol, HTTP, or simple mail transfer protocol like SMTP. And application name, the specific application for the service such as FTPD, Microsoft IIS, or SendMail. And version number, the version of the application, host name, the host name of the target host. This may be for an internal network and different than the DNS response. Then device type, the type of device such as a print server, media router, WAP, or power device. And operating system family, the underlying OS such as Windows, HPUX, Cisco iOS, or Linux. This could be different than what the Nmap OS detection reports if the system uses network addresses, translator, entity, and forwarding for the application. Then miscellaneous details. Other details such as kernel information, serial numbers, firmware versions, user names, and password information. Then port state. Version detection also attempts to gain more port state. So discovering unauthorized applications and services. We have previously discussed Nmap's capability for service and version detection against open ports. What really helps to put it into perspective is discussing real life scenarios, and that is what we'll do in this section. This feature of Nmap is commonly used to discover unauthorized or outdated applications and services. What happens when you are tasked with finding all the open files shared in the network? How about when the boss calls you and requests a count of network? How about when the boss calls you and requests a count of network? How about when the boss calls you and how many FTP servers are running in your lab? What if one of your yearly goals is to make sure all SSH versions are up to spec? And finally, how about being tasked with tracking down users who are obscuring internal websites under a typical port numbers? Here's a list of some other items you might find yourself tracking down or keeping inventory of depending on your organization's policy, like P2P software, chat applications, Samba services. So this is how you guys can discovering unauthorized applications and services in Nmap or so now check this. I can show you some basic commands about service and version detection of Nmap in Kali Linux. Version detection uses a variety of props located in the Nmap services props files to solicit responses from the services and applications Nmap queries that target host with the probe information and analyzes the response, comparing it against known responses for a variety of services, applications, and versions. Now, service detection performed. This is the command nmap dash s v then dash dash version intensity. When Nmap receives responses from a service but cannot match them to its database, it prints out a special fingerprint and a URL for you to submit it to. If you know for sure what is running on the port, please take a couple of minutes to make the submission so that your find can benefit everyone. Minus SV or dash SV is version detection command, enables version detection as discussed above. Alternatively, you can use minus or dash A, which enables version detection among other things. Dash RIS and LIS for -SV. Prior to March 2011, it was used to active the RPC grinder separately from version detection, but now these options are always combined. Look, -A, which enables version detection among other things, and don't exclude any ports from version detection. By default, Nmap version detection skips TCP port 9100 because some printers simply print anything sent to that port, leading the dozens of pages of HTTP GET requests, binary SSL, session requests, and many more. This behavior can be changed by modifying or removing the exclude directive in Nmap service probes, or you can specify all ports to scan all ports regardless of any exclude directive. One more thing is version intensity. Set version scan intensity. When performing a version scan SV, Nmap sends a series of probes, each of which is assigned a rarity value between 1 and 9. The lower numbered probes are effective against a wide variety of common services, while the higher numbered ones are rarely useful. The intensity level specifies when probes should be applied. The higher the number, the more likely it is the service will be correctly identified. So the -O option tells Nmap to attempt OS detection by sending several probes using the TCP, UDP, and ICMP protocols against opened and closed ports. OS detection mode is very powerful due to Nmap's user community, which obligatory contributes fingerprints that identify a wide variety of systems, including residential routes, routers, IP, webcams, operating systems, and many other hardware devices. It is important to note that OS detection requires raw packets, so Nmap need to be run with enough privileges. Now I'll show you OS detection in Kali Linux Nmap. One of Nmap's best known features is remote OS detection using TCP/IP stack fingerprinting. So I give command nmap-pn 192.168.1.1.1/24. Then nmap dash 0 and port 80. If is unable to guess the OS of a machine and conditions are good, list one open port and closed port where found. Nmap will provide a URL you can use to submit the fingerprint. If you know the OS running on the machine, by doing this you contribute to the pool of operating systems known to Nmap, and thus it will be more accurate for everyone. OS detection enables some other tests which make use of information that is gathered during the process anyway. One of these tests is TCP sequence predictability classification. This measures approximately how hard it is to establish a forced TCP connection against the remote host. It is useful for exploiting such IP based trust relationships or for hiding the source of an attack. This sort of spoofing is rarely performed anymore, but many machines are still vulnerable to it. The actual difficulty number is based on statistical simplifying and may fluctuate. And -O enables OS detection as discussed above. Alternatively, you can use -A to enable OS detection along with other things, and limit OS detection to promising targets. OS detection is far more effective if at last one open and one closed TCP port are found. Set this option and Nmap will not even try OS detection against hosts that do not meet this criteria. This can save substantial time, particularly on a -PN scans against many hosts. It only matters when OS detection is requested with -O or A-A. And when Nmap is unable to detect a perfect OS match, it sometimes offers up near matches as possibilities. The match has to be very close for Nmap to do this by default. Either of these options make Nmap guess more aggressively. Nmap will still tell you when an imperfect match is printed and display its confidence level for each guesses. And when Nmap performs OS detection against a target and fails to find a perfect match, it usually repeats the attempt. By default, Nmap tries 5 times if conditions are favorable for OS fingerprint submission, and 2 is when conditions aren't so good, specifying a lower max -OS tries values such as 1 speeds Nmap up through you miss out on the retires which could potentially identify the OS. Alternatively, a high value may be set to allow even more retries when conditions are favorable. This is rarely done, except to generate better fingerprints for submission and integration into the Nmap OS databases. And as a part of OS detection, Nmap receives several SYN ACK TCP packets in a row and checks the headers for a timestamp station. And Here you can see my OS detection is running, OS and service detection performed. And then notice you please report in incorrect results at nmap.org/submit. This means nmap's official website, and nmap scanned one IP address. So this is how nmap OS detection work with you, and how its output, and how give it your output. As server header, HTTP title, HTTP options, and connection type also. Port, state, service and version. Port and TCP connection, state, service, OpenFTP version, Microsoft FTPD. Nmap TCP scan, SYN scan, so does not complete the three-way handshake, and remote port is open, receive SYN ACK packet, remote port is closed, receive RST packet, and commands nmap -hs 10.0.5.7 and nmap 10.0.5.7 -5 -ps22. So all this command and TCP ACK and all this scan I can show you in the last in this video. Now I just show you that command and basic in this scan. In TCP scan, ACK scan tells if the remote port is filtered or not. Its classification, like what does it work, what does this scan can do. Remote port is not filtered, and commands you can see nmap -ace, then capital A, nmap TCP scan, xmas scan, used to manipulate the PSAs, URG and FIN flags in the TCP header. Windows computers will not respond to xmas scans. Remote port is open, remote port is closed, then receive RST packet, and the command is nmap -sx 10.0.5.7 and nmap -sx then -t to 10.0.5 and 5.7. This is actually commands in this scan. And nmap TCP scan fin scan sets only the TCP fin bit flag in the TCP header. shows false positives and negatives. Remote port is open but there is no response. Remote port is closed, receive RST packet, and command is nmap minus sf 10.0.5.7. all this scan I show you guys in my uh, last in this video. Just have an overview, just have look overview. Then nmap tcp scan and null scan does not set any bits in header. TCP flag header is 0 always, and remote port is open but no response. Remote port is closed and then receive RST packet, and the basic commands is nmap minus sn 10.5 10.0.5.7. Then nmap TCP scan ideal scan stealthiest of all scans. Packets are proxied of an external host. Hosts should be silent. Attack leverages on incrementing IP identification numbers like IP ID. Remote port is open and IP ID increased by 2, and remote port is closed but IP ID increased by 1, and the basic commands is nmap minus pn then minus sl 10.5 10.0.5.7. Just keep it mind in all the commands. nmap udp scan connectionless protocol, i.e. no handshake, ideal protocol for live streaming and video games. Reveal malwares such as Trojan horses, expose hidden RPC services, and the basic commands is nmap 192.168.1.1 minus s capital U. Then nmap 192.168.1 minus 1.1 minus 5 minus PU53. Inside Kali Linux in nmap and this is my nmap 7.91 version, almost latest version you can say. Now I give a I want to clear, or now start sudo nmap minus s capital A 10.0.5.7. I show you guys all already. Just give this command. Then nmap found one IP addresses, one host up. This scan completed only in 0.34 seconds. Then I give another command as I shown you guys in video. Nmap minus minus top ports 21 and 2.168.1.106. If you are running Nmap on a home server, this command is very useful. It automatically scans a number of most popular ports for a host. You can run this command using this. And if you want to output the results of your Nmap scans to a file, you can add an extension to your commands. To do that, simply add -on output.txt to your command to output the results to a text file, or -ox output.xml to output to an XML. Minus minus s minus s capital S. Example: nmap 192.168.1.1 minus S capital S, and description: TCP SY and port scan by default. And -st, then TCP connection port scan default without root privilege, and -s capital U. Example: nmap 192.168.1.1 minus s capital U is UDP port scan, -sa TCP ACK port scan, and -sw TCP window port scan, -sm TCP main mon port scan. Another service is host discovery, like you can use -sl for no scan list targets only, sn disable port scanning host discovery only, pn disable host discovery port scan only, and ps TCP SYN discovery on port X, port 80 by default, and pa TCP ACK discovery on port X and port 80 by default, and pu UDP discovery on port X, port 40125 by default, PR ARP discovery on local area, local network. Never do DNS resolution by yen. Just remember all command as well. So this is for it. Guys, please watch this video carefully and remember all the commands I show you in this video.
So in this lecture, we'll be talking about fingerprinting methods that are supported by Nmap. So Nmap OS fingerprint works by sending up to 16 TCP, UDP and ICMP probes to known open and closed port to the target machine. So these probes are especially designed to exploit various ambiguities in the standard protocol RFCs, then Nmap listen and responses. Dozen of attributes in those responses are analyzed and combined to generate a fingerprint. So every probe packet is tracked and resent at least as I was saying, every probe packet is tracked and resent at least once if there is no response. So all the packets are IPv4 with a random IP ID value and probes to an open TCP port that are skipped if no such port has been found. So for closed TCP or UDP port, Nmap will first check if such a port has been found. If not, Nmap will just pick a port at random and hope for the best. So now let's talk about the technical and review the hidden working of Nmap OS detection. So even the best of us occasionally forgot the byte offers for packet headers field that are flagged. So for quick references, so IPv4, TCP, UDP and ICMP headers layout can be found in TCP IP references. So the layout for ICMP echo is like this, which is distant unreachable packets that are in here, this one. So the echo reply, which is type 0, must return any data that sent in a echo request. And then ICMP destination unreachable headers layouts are like this, which is original, which means received IP header and plus at least first 8 data bytes. So now we'll be talking about the IP probes that sent by Nmap as a part of TCP or IP fingerprinting. It refers to Nmap response test and TCP option, which are explained in here. So sequence generation, which is sequence OPS, WIN and T1. So a series of 6 TCP probes is sent to generate the 4 response line. So the probes are sent actually 100 millisecond apart. So the total time taken is 500 millisecond. So exact timing is important as some of the sequence algorithm that we detect are time dependent. So this timing value was chosen to take 500 milliseconds so that we can reliably detect the common 2 Hz TCP timestamp sequence. So each probe is a TCP scene package to a detected open port on the remote machine. So the sequence and the acknowledgement numbers are random and detection accuracy requires probe consistency, and there is no data payload even if the user requested one with data length. So these packets vary in the TCP option that they use and the TCP window field value. So this list, as you can see, all of those lists provides the option and the value for all 6 packets, and the listed window field value do not reflect window scaling. So EOL is the end of option list option, which mesh sniffing tool doesn't show by default. So this result of this test includes the 4 result category line. The first sequence contains result based on the sequence analysis of the probe packets. So these results are like GCD, SP, ISR, TI, IA, TS and SS. So the next line OPS contains the TCP option received for each of the probes. Similarly, the win line contains window size for the probe responses, and the final line related to those probes are T1 contains various stage value for packet number 1. So those results are for the R, DF, T, TG, W, S, A, F, O, RD. So the final line related to these probes. So these tests are only reported for the first probe since they are almost always the same for each probe. So let's now talk about ICMP echo, which is IE. So the IE test involves sending two ICMP echo request packet to the target. So the first one has the IPDE bit, so a type of service which is TOS, byte value of 0, a code of 9, and the sequence number 295, a random IP ID and ICMP request identifier, and 120 bytes of 0 into 00 for the data payload. The second ping query is similar except for a TOS of 4, which is used by the code is 0. So 150 bytes of data is sent and the ICMP request ID and sequence number are incremented by 1 from the previous query value. So the result of both of these probes are combined into IE line containing the R, DFI, I, T and TG and CD test. So the R value is the only true if both probes elicit the responses. So the T and the CD value are for the responses to the 5 probes on first probe only, since they only are high likely to differ. So the DFI is a custom test of this special dual probe ICMP case. So the ICMP probes follow immediately after the TCMP sequence probes to ensure the valid result to the shared IP sequence number test. So let's now talk about the TCP explicit congestion notification. So this probe test for explicit congestion notification supports in the target TCP stack. So ECN is a method of improving internet performance by allowing router for signal congestion problem before they start having to drop packets. It is documented in RFC 3168. So Nmap tests this by sending a SYN packet which also has the ECN or CWR and EC congestion control flag set. For an unrelated test, the urgent field value is used even though the urgent flag is not set. The acknowledgement number is 0, sequences number is random, window size field is 3, and the reserve bit which immediately proceed the CWR bits is set. So TCP option are WSCAL, NOP, MSS, SEC permitted, NOP, and the probe is sent to a open port. So if the response is received, the R, WF, T, TG, W, O, CC and require performed and recorded. So let's talk about TCP, which is T2 to T7. So the 6 T2 through T7 test each stands on TCP probe packets, so with one exception. So the TCP option data is in each case is in hexadecimal format. So the 20 bytes corresponded to Windows scale, NOP, MSS, timestamp, then SEC permitted. So the exception is that T7 uses a window scale value of 15 rather than 20. So the variable characteristics of each probe is like this. T2 sends a local TCP null with IPTTP set a value Windows field of 28 to an open port. Then T3, T4, T5, T6 and T7. So in each of these cases, each line is added to the fingerprint, which is result for the RDF, T, TG, WS, A, F, O, RD, and Q test. So let's now at the end talk about EDP. So this probe is a EDP packet sends to a closer port. So the character C is repeated 300 times for the data field. So the IP-ID value is set to this for operating system, which allow us to set this. So if the port is truly closed and there is no firewall in place, nmap expect to receive an ICMP port to unreachable message in return. So the response is then subjected to this test, which is RDFT, TG, IPL, UN, RIPL, RID, RIPC, K, RIUK, RUCK, and RUD test. So all of those tests. So this all are about the fingerprinting method that are supported by nmap. So in this lecture we will be talking about an nmap scripting engine. So one of the interesting feature of nmap is the nmap script engine, which is NAC, which brings even more flexibility and efficiency to it. It enables you to write your own script in a lower programming language and possibly share this script with other nmap user as well. So there are four types of NAC script, namely pre-rule script, which is the script that runs before any of the nmap scan operation. So they are executed when nmap hasn't gathered any information about a target. Then host script these are the scripts that execute after nmap has performed normal operations such as host discovery, port scanning, version detection, and OS detection against a target host. And the third one is service script. So this script run against specific service listening on a target host. Then another one at the end is post-rule script. So these are the scripts that run after nmap has scanned all of its target host. So how can you locate these scripts? So simply type locate .nac means the script extension file. As you can see, there are lots of scripts in here. Both for all of those are for nmap. As you can see, lots of FTP, HTTP, enumeration, and all of those scripts are available. So these are all the available NAC script. So NAC scripts are loaded using this locate, or you can just search by typing minus script, and it will allow you to run your own script by providing the categories, script file name, or directories. So just type nmap minus so or you can visit this folder. This all go to, so let's go to this folder to check that out. Copy, selection, paste, go. As you can see, these are all the scripts that are available in nmap. So you can be a description. So let's try to see a description of this. Okay, open with text editor. As you can see lots of information and all of those description in here. Like this is for the CP skip, the print out the known vulnerability. So it gives all of those description in here. So that's all of those scripts, how we can locate all of those scripts. So let's try to use couple of the scripts. So let's clear my screen. So how can you search using this script? So simply just what you have to do is just type nmap -- script, so then the target host, so which target you want to scan. So we're gonna scan our scan me dot nmap dot org. So we're gonna scan this website. So to perform a scan with the most default script, use -- script, or my use in here you can also use -c as -c, but we are going to use -- script for better understanding. So just type, as you can so starting nmap at failed to initialize the script engine, did not match a category name, scan me dot nmap dot org. Okay, let's try using -sc, which is the same as -- script. Okay, as you can see, it's working. So it will give you like which ports are open, like, and all of those options. As you can see, lots of results are in here, like host is up, and there are 22 TCP SSH port is open, and SSH hotkey is this, and also 80 TCP open, which is nmap project HTTP. So you can filter TCP, all of those are open right now. So to use a script for appropriate purpose, you can use, first of all, get a brief description of what it actually does. Like, let's try nmap. Let's try, okay, -- script. Let's see if it works or not. So let's type help. Then we're gonna use a script which is HTTP headers, HEADERS, and we're gonna use a website called scanme.nmap.org. You can use any other website you want, or even any other operating system, or even IP address, but we're gonna use this website for testing purpose. Okay, I did some typing mistake, HTTP. So lots of mistakes in here. Sorry about that. HTTP headers. So as you can see, it gives you a simple introduction or simple brief introduction of what this actually does. So it will discover a safe, because we typed help. So if we just remove this help, so let's remove this help to see what it actually does. As you can see, it gives you the server which are in running, and also the SAP ranges and connection, which is closed, text, content type, and text or HTML. As you can see, which categories, headers, all of those things. So previously, if you type help, it will give you the brief description of this script. Then you can just run the script. So So once you know that what a script does, you can perform a scan simply just using it. You can use one script or enter a command separated list of a script name. So this command, as you can see, this command enable you to view the HTTP headers configured on the web server of the target host that we selected, which is scanme.nmap.org. So let's try categories. So you can also load script from one category or from a comma separated list of a categories. So in this example, we are using all script in the default and broadcast category to carry out a scan on a certain host. So let's try nmap. Okay, no, not this, and map script. Then try out the default, which is default. Why ult default, comma, broadcast, and we're gonna use 192.168.1.100. so let's try this IP address. Is this IP address even up? Okay, let's see what it does. This gives, I think it will gives the operating system information and all of those. So let's wait. So as you can see, it gives lots of result. So as you can see, my DHCP, which is this IP address, are on, and SSDP, which is from this IP address, and also from lots of MAC address in here, and IP address and trace, also the IP address of the server that are running. Also, as you can see, my which is my router, TP-Link router. So you can also see the desired TP-Link, and also I think you can see okay, let's try my 1.1 default gateway address. So this scan will take a lot of time, because as you can see, we're scanning a lot of things, like we are loading script on a category from another category, which is default and broadcast. So from a category or from a comma separated list. So I think this will take some time, because in this IP there are a lot of machines are connected. Okay, as you can see, my router is connected, my domain name, router, IP, all of those hosted in here. So also, as you can see, ETA0, my Linux Ethernet connection is also in here. You can see all of those information. As you can see, TP-Link IP address. So lots of information you can see in here. Okay, let's try another category, which is, I think, wildcard. So this is useful when you want to select a script with a given name pattern. So for example, to load all the script with a name starting with SSH. So let's try that one, and map script script. Let's try SSH. So it will scan all of those in here. So simply just not this one. Where is star? Okay. Then double bracket, and just we're gonna select the IP address online 2.168.1.1. So let's wait to see which SSH ports are even open or not. So as you can see, so 80 TCP ports are open and 1900 TCP ports are open, and this is the MAC address and all of those. So you can use lots of these using this same tool. So let's try another one, which is nmap script. So let's try a banner script on my favorite soccer or football website. So the thing is, you can use all of the scripts that are available for purposes, and if you need to know the brief description of what this script does, so simply just type after script, just type -help and it will give you a brief description. So as you can see, this website has 2 ports are open. So let's try another one that I previously tested, like DNS. So let's DNS brute force this website. So it will take some time, like 1 to 2 minutes, I think. So let's check out if DNS brute force is available or not. So let's try ABC DNS brute. So as you can see, DNS brute force, so we are using this script. So as you can see, it brute force the IP address. So this is the IP address of this website, and this is the images from this website, and also the zip and all of those informations can DNS brute force by just simply using script. So that's all about how you can use like NSA script. So nmap is a very powerful and useful tool that every system or network administrator needs in his or her security. So NSA simply adds more efficiency to it. So let's talk about firewall and IDS evasion options. So nmap offers many options for sneaking past IDs undetected or evading firewall rules. So let's talk about now specifying the targets. So to scan a single host, simply add their names or IP address at the end of your command line. Nmap will has a structure syntax that makes the nmap scanning large network very easy. So you can give nmap a file a listing target. Similarly, like very easily, nmap just .168.1.102. So very simple to specifying the target and scan using nmap. So let's now talk about IPv6 scanning. So since 2002, nmap has offered IPv6 support for its sorry. So IPv6 supports for its most popular features. In particular, ping scanning, which is TCP only, connect scanning, and version detection of all that support IPv6. So the common syntax is the same as usual, except that you also add some options, and also you must use IPv6 syntax if you specify an address rather than a hostname. So an address might look like any MAC address, so hostnames are recommended for a typical port scanning session. So the output looks the same as it usually does. So with the IPv6 address on the interesting ports, the line of being the IPv6 is like so nmap -sb, and a simple website like let's try www.euro-v6, which is a v6 supported. So let's try that. While IPv6 hasn't actually taken over the world by storm, but it gets significant use in some countries and most modern operating system that supports it. So to use Nmap with IPv6, both the source and the target of your scan must be configured for IPv6. If your ISP, like most of them, does not allow IPv6 address, then the free tunnel broker will not work. And as you can see, these are all of those that are supported the IPv6. As you can see, lots of ports are open in here like SSL, SMTP, IMAP, HTTP, FTP, and service host are this. So a system that doesn't support IPv6 don't always have their IPv4 and IPv6 firewall on. So that's it about IPv6. So let's now talk about scanning using ping. So I want to estimate latency to this machine so that Nmap will know what to expect. So this isn't required, but fitting Nmap appropriate timing value can speed it up. So this is particularly true for single port or single port scan. So Nmap does not receive enough responses from each host to accurately estimate latency and packets drop rate. So I will help it out on the command line. So my first thought is to ping their main web server. So let's try to ping it. So let's try this playboy.com. So let's this a test to see if it's work. So as you can see, it gives us maybe 5. As you can see, 5 packets transmitted. So the maximum round trip is 50. 5 packet transmitted. So the maximum round trip time is 58 milliseconds. So unfortunately this IP address, which is 2104, this one is not within the net block so that I wish to scan. So I would normally add this new net block to the target list, but I have already decided to limit my scan to the original 4096 IP. So these times are probably perfectly fine to use, but finding actual values from IPs on the target network would be even bigger. So I used to dig the obtain public. So if you dig the obtain public DNS record from a name server, that will give you lots of results. So let's try pinging the MX server. So let's try ping -C5. Let's change the web address. So MX server, which is mx dot chi dot playboy dot com. So this website is no longer available. Okay. So if this was available, or this was due, the DNS recovery will reveal the MX server within the target. Since these are the defined region, they aren't match. So we try another one. So let's try hping 2. So let's try sin. So try sin -p25 -c5 www.playboy. So let's see if this is work. So we are hpinging. So 5 packet transmitted to 0 data loss, 5 set 40 headers and 0 data weights. So there are the result I was looking for so the host never takes more than 16 milliseconds to respond, where other was taking more. So this is not surprising given that I am proving from a machine in California, but it pays to be a cautious, and the latency can be increased during a heavy scanning. So I decided to let Nmap wait up to 200 milliseconds to respond. So since I value minimizing computation time of the whole scan over minimizing the amount of time before the first batch of host result that return that you can get. So after all of those, the only two accessible web servers are found like couple of the IPs. Sometimes this happens and sometimes this happens with now host address, even though this is a working host, but sometimes it doesn't recognize. So the next server that will be try is much better. It offers those gigabytes of free images I was hoping for, and in particular it offers Linux iOS image as well as substantial free BSD and Apache archive. So that's all about IDs and equations and couple of the scanning like IP basics and specifying some targets and all of those using Nmap. So in this lecture we will be talking about the Nmap output. So as you can see, this is the Nmap output and many different uses of output. So by default Nmap display a result of the scan in this terminal, but it is often preferable to save the result into a file for later inspection, and it is must for us for like ethical hackers like us, like you. So this is particularly useful when scanning a large network as a scan output that can span tens of pages. Some tools even take Nmap scan files as input, which is yet another reason to save the scan result to a file. So Nmap can store the result to its scan in 4 different formats. So first one is normal Nmap output. So this is the same format as what is displayed on the terminal during a scan. So let's try a 192.168.1.102, a simple scan. So the only difference is that the command line options are printed at the top of the file as a reminder that what scans are configured to do, and some runtimes are committed. So let's save this. So what you have to do, you need to type nmap -o and then save this file as output.txt and change the okay, let's try the website that I love, soccerway.com. So this is the result that it will show. It will saved as output.txt, and you can also indicate your path, but this all will saved into my root directory because as you can see I am on my root. So let's go and check if it's really is on root or not. Okay, okay, so you can go, as you can see this is the output.txt. So let's open. As you can see the same thing that we did in here, saved as in file. So let's try another one, which is grabbable Nmap output. So this format presents the result with a one host per line in a concise fashion, which means that it can easily proceed with Unix text tools such as grep, SCD, set, awk, or diff because of the condensed nature of this format. Not all scan output may be preserved this way. So let's try. So previously what he did is nmap minus on. So what minus on does? So let's try minus 1. As you can see, output scan in normal. So now we're gonna use minus ox. This one is this one is for xml. So let's try this and map minus ox, then path, which is our default path, and we'll be saving in our path. So we'll save as output dot xml and the same website. So let's see. Okay, I did some mistake, sorry. So this saved as you can see output.xml. It saved also in XML file in here. So we have done with the second one. So let's try third one on which minus, okay, let's try minus og, which is so this is the most powerful format, I would say, as the entire screen result will be represented in a highly structured XML for easy parsing by third-party application, unlike the groupable format. So all scan output will be present in this file. So how can we do that? Simply minus og, then okay, og. So we will also set this as output.xml. Okay, not xml. So let's save this file because we need to save this file as text file, txt. txt. So let's try it. Okay, we needed to rename this one. Okay, let's. So it overwrite in here. As you can see, it saved in entire skin repaired in a highly structured way because previously we didn't. Okay, let's try to see the difference between this and when, which I will save this as output. Okay, this one. Okay, let's try as you can see, these two are completely different way that they saved. As you can see, so let's try another one, which is minus os that we didn't test. So this one. So let's try this one, minus output 3 minus os. So this format will be represented solely as a joke and is simply the normal output paste through a text marginalizing filter. So let's try that out also. as you can see. So this for the way that you can save. So this variation output format can be selected with the -o type file name option, where the types is N, G, X or S. An additional option -oa, which is the base name, is supported to simultaneously write the scan output in the normal, grepable and XML format. So with this option, the files are named basename.nmap, basename.gmap, so all of those format. So for example, to write the output of a scan in a normal and XML file simultaneously, you can just simply type nmap -on normal, then so let's try normal output -ox xml output target. So this way you can save two at a time. So that's the 4 services. So let's try an example or other extras. So let's use like a different one, which is ndif. Let's create the screen. As you can see, it can compare the two nmap XML file and display the list of the differences, and differences include hostname changes, port status changes and changes to the service and OS detection. So I have one XML output, so let's try another XML output.text. So let's output 3 XML, and we'll use a different website. So scanme.nmap.org. So as you can see, it created 2 XML. So we'll test this out. So as you can see, -h, it will show a help message and then it will exit, and -v, it will include all the host and ports in the output, not only that the have changed, and then -text, which will write a output in human readable text format, and -xml, which is write output in a machine readable XML format, and the document structure is defined in the ndif.dat that included in the distribution. So let's try ndif ndif -v output.xml, then outpu3t.xml. As you can see, it gives you the differences compared by a minus or, because first we did first scan to compare this couple of scan. As you can see, it gives a result and compare in two of those. So there are two output modes, which is text and HTML. So the -b option is used for ndif to make it to show what ports that didn't change, like -22, as you can see, -80. So this port didn't change, and without -b they would not have been shown. So that's the uses of and if to check or differentiate different result. Hello everyone, so today we'll be talking about the GenMap or Nmap and gather information about them and how to install and download, and we'll have a basic user interface. We will talk all about that. So it's a network discovery tool that can be used together to get information about just any device. So you can gather information about any client or any device that is within in your network. So you can discover clients that's within your network. You can gather information about clients that are outside your network also. You can gather information about clients just by knowing their IP, and that can then put you in the IP, and that will gather you the information. Now GenMap is a huge tool. It has many uses and also it has many uses that can be used to bypass the firewalls and all kinds of protection and security. So there is like books and courses that are specific for the GenMap. So in this lecture we will be talking about a quick look and the description and show you about the GenMap. So it is a very useful and show you some of the basic map commands to discover clients that are within our Wi-Fi that connected to our network and discover their open ports. And these clients where we're going to use the GenMap, which is the graphical user interface for Nmap, and let's see how we do that. So we're gonna type GenMap in a Google Map, and then first we have to go to and visit this website, and you have to download the GenMap from here. Download the version that you need, like for Windows, Mac, Linux, or any other ways that you need. Even you can download latest stable for 64-bit Linux by downloading this, and it is just a easy process. You just click and download, it will start download. Now use this, and just as you can see I already downloaded it and install it. It's just a easy process. Just click next, and you will open this now. So this is the user interface for GenMap. So we're gonna put our IP address like this one. So you can have profiles like this. There are many profiles. What is going on? So you can just, if you know a custom comment, you can just change this by, if you are know about this comment, then you can just change this and it will be okay. But or if you are not enough knowledge, then you can just use this for profile, because they are all built in and you don't have to type anything. As you can see, it already changed. So we're going to have a look on this ready profiles. So we're gonna look at first at ping scan. Now just scan, it will take some time and it will give you the result. So it doesn't show that many information, only shows the connected device. As you can see, we have connected devices here, and we have also their IP addresses and their MAC addresses, and also have their host. As you can see, I have TP-Link installed, and this is my laptop, and this is I think my phone. So as you can see, they don't show that many information in this ping scan. So we have this connected devices and IP addresses and MAC addresses, and we aren't able to see any manufacturer for the device that are connected, neither with this scan with this ping scan. So we can go ahead and look at the quick scan. It will take some time, and it will give you more information than it shows previously. As you can see, it shows which ports are open, how many ports are open and how many ports are closed, and also shows my MAC addresses and IP addresses of each device separately. Also shows which device and how many ports are open in each devices. So we are able to know the manufacturer, the IP address and MAC address with the connected clients. So you can navigate between the devices from here, from this panel. So we can see how many ports are closed. As you can see here, 98 closed TCP ports and 80 TCP ports open, HTTP port open, then UPnP port open. Also this is the MAC address of my connected PC. So 100 from this device you can see the 100 closed TCP ports. So we can go all of these devices and you can see each open ports and closed ports of them. So that's the device has open and closed ports. So and that's all in this quick scan profile. So let's go and check another one. Let's go and check quick scan plus. It will take some more time and it's much slower to get the results, so be patient and let's wait. But it will show us much more information than the quick scan, and it will show us the programs that are running on the open ports. So as it will show more results, so let's just wait. Okay, so as you can see, we have many description about our devices and our manufacturer, even OS. As you can see, in this port there are 80 open port and and 1900 open UPnP port, which is my router. As you can see, TP-Link, which is my connected router. And also you can see here, this is running Linux, also Linux OS, and Linux 2.6.23 OS detail. So it did take more time to scan, but it gives us a much more information. You can see a couple of devices connected, and we can also see the operating system from each devices that are connected. So we can also see the open port and the closed port on each devices separately. So now that we know it's running and all open and closed ports, so we can hack this device right away. So if you have a hackable device in here, as I don't have any, so if you have a hackable device, you can just try to hack this device by using and gathering information from here. Also you can see I have a Windows. In another IP address I have Microsoft Windows opened, and as you can see, it even shows the Microsoft Windows OS detail, because currently in this PC I am using Windows 11, but in my other laptop that are running the Windows 10, as you can see, even for version it shows 16.07. So it shows a lots of information from each device or each IP address separately. So as you can see, this is showing a very accurate result. So we can go ahead and look for exploit and vulnerabilities from this port, and we didn't even know what services it's run on. So you can see another from this here services from, you can check the HTTP services which are connected, like in 80 port TCP protocol, all are HTTP from this TP-Link router. And also we can see from Microsoft in port 445, and also we can check this Microsoft Windows from port 135 also this, and we also check UPnP port on 1900 to check the IPOS, which is my TP-Link router link. So and also you can check the unsafe scan that you did previously. Okay, that's all. So you can also browse by services, as I shown, browse by services. So you can go and check the HTTP and devices that are HTTP open, and you can go to another like UPnP. So there is some problem in this. So this is just an example of how useful gathering information is. Even this didn't work, you can go, as I said, you can go ahead and look for exploits for these programs, and you will manage to gain access to this network. So gathering information is a huge step in penetration testing. Then the GenMap is a huge tool for this, to try this out. You can carry out many types of scan. You can experiment with these profiles here. There are many profiles. You can also try and test all of these profiles. It will take some time, but it will give you much more information, as I shown. Each profile gives you much more information than the previous one. So you can experiment with this profile, and I highly recommend that you read more about the GenMap or Nmap to increase your knowledge about it. And because you need to use it in many cases, not only in Wi-Fi network or in Wi-Fi penetration testing. You will use it in many cases. So that's all about the brief user case of GenMap. Hello everyone, so now we'll talk about the GenMap user face in details and how each of these toolbars works and what it does, and how you can scan and scan or compare the filters, all of this in this lecture. So as you can see, I already opened the GenMap user interface. So we will just go and type this as I already did. So I will just did the interface scan because this is the command you have to type. So type this and it will take a couple of minutes to complete the scan. So the simplest way to GenMap is to just type in a command rather than using this, because you may mistake this for another command. So better to just type this if you can remember those command. And in this here you can see that it's already running. So when you do that command, you can just press the scan and it will start to scan. So next thing we would want to put in here, it be our target. So it's best not to target on the command line. So multiple target in the target box, so it's easier to delete them later. So if we click here, and then we can check the previous scan here, as you can see, and you can see it is stopped. So it already completed the whole scan. So let's have a look at this. So we are going to look at one by one what one of these does. So as you can see, I already scanned that scanme.nmap.org in this website. So there is a no comma between there, so you can see it created the comment in here. If you what you type here, it will comment the comment in here. So as I completed the scan, so this is the same as the standard map output as the other. So you can see here is the progress bar. So now it is done, it is stopped. So as you saw previously, it will continually up and down while it is in progress. So you can see this is the same standard output as you see from the GenMap, and this is the profile of a intense scan. You saw a lot of results in here. So let's look at the result. So we have at the output tab. This is the output tab. So and the next tab is the port and scan. You can see from each different host, you can see those port which are open or filtered, or which are from SSH, HTTP or UPnP. You can just click and check this from here, and as you can see, this is the port from 22 are open SSH and 80 from HTTP open. And for this one filter, which is TCP protocol, and which is the filter state, and it is the IDP service, that's why it is filtered. And as you can see, it is already running on OpenSSH, HTTP, and etc. etc. So this is the same result that we used to get in the previous lectures that I briefly demonstrate. So it is just a nice table format result in each separated. So we have got some random ports in here. This is some quite useful tab. So from this tab topology, you can see a huge number of hosts from connection. As you can see here, you can just zoom it, or not. So you can zoom in on different parts. I can see it shows a lot of hosts, the connections, and you can see the icon represent, and ultimately we can save the graphic in here. As you can see in here, you can save the graphic. So let's pop the host fisheye, and this is the control from each. So if let's check the host detail tab. As you can see, there is many information in here that you requested in the scan. So the more details you will see here, because I requested the OS detection. As you can see, it has a OS port used, OS classes, TCP, so yeah, it has like a voice detection, version, and detecting script scanning, etc. So I can see more because there's been enabled. So these have a little information for each of these here, like host status is up, open port is 2, open port, filter port is 0, and total scan port is 1000. And you can also see the date and the IP addresses that I'm currently on. IPv4 and IPv6 is not available in my network. And also the MAC address, and you can see the operating system name like in Linux, and the accuracy. And also like TCP sequences like difficulty and index, which is 194, and so on. So you can also see the IP ID sequences, all zeros. Also see TCP TS sequences. So you'll be able to see list of the scans which have done within ZenMap. So at that moment we can only see which is the scan that I have just done, and that is not here in this tab. As you can see that the scan that I done, but it's unsaved because I didn't save. So if you all you have to do is you can click here, scan save, and it will save, and here like save scan, desktop, name, now we can save this from here. Also we can by double clicking in we can go to the direct output tab because it is now unsaved. Also you can add an append scan like this. If you have a previously scan and saved scan, then that you will show in here, because I don't have any, that's why it didn't show in any. So if you have any scan that saved, so it will show here. Then if you open, that will scan and compare the between these two. So so this is the answer scan. So pretty standard stuff. And also you can open new window by this open scan, and also open scan in this window. Like your new window, if I open, you can just work simultaneously between this and this, you won't have any problem. Also you can save all scan. As an example, if I have a 10 or 15 scan that are all unsaved, then you can just click this, it will save all scan to the directory at one in a second. You don't have to save each one of them separately. So this is for the compare tools. If you have a save tools, then it can compare the result between these tools. And also you can search scan results. As you can see, this was the one data done in this, so you can search between there. Also you can filter host, like in the, as you can see in the bottom, you can just filter, like I want to filter this one, I will just type .1. So that's all. So that's a quick look of the all tools and parts of GenMap user interface. So we'll go through more in the next lectures. Hello. So now we'll be talking about the GenMap built-in profiles, or built-in command called profiles. So we'll go through that now. You can use these, or you can just click here to change any of this. This is the built-in, or you can just type in here and work as a typing command. So if I click this, it will show all the profiles in default. So when you open the intense scan, you can see the commands appear in here. So this is the one we demo in the last lecture using this intense scan. So just to remind you that minus T, or minus capital T, is the aggressive mode, which means the scan it will making something here that will be reasonably fast. So if it is T0, then it will be reasonably slow. So as you can see, it is T4, so it is reasonably fast and reliable network. So when you are using this one and the minus capital A, which is like enable service detection and scripting, scanning, and trace routing. So both level 1. So that's the intense scan. So if you notice here, we have got like, so intense scan plus UDP. So this is the original command. And then we have like plus we are adding, this is the original command, and we are adding just UDP function. So as we look, we can see we get minus S and capital S, which is a string character, and this is the default way scan. So then we have got like minus S capital U, which is like UDP scan. So it's a intense scan plus UDP. So you got the intense scan with all the TCP ports. So we added intense scan all TCP ports. So we can see here added the minus P, and then we are adding like 66535 ports by adding 1 dash, this one, and then the number of the maximum port we want to use, that's the number, and the original. So intense scan is no ping, so intense scan no ping. So as you can see, it's pretty similar to the first one. We have got the original option here, and we have got the minus P, and this means that all the IPs will be scanned and there will be no test to see if the targets are up using the intense scan. So as you can see there, they were going through all the intense scan, and now on the ping. So scan ping is simply minus S and minus, as you can see, it is simply a minus S and N. So that does recover to see if server or targets are active or arrive effectively, but does not check the port, so it doesn't do the pause scanning. So it does discovery only because it calls the ping scan. So you can discover it by discovery scan. So I tend to further word discovery over ping, because ping is a specific type of network and activity in TCP, where discovery is more general and it does the ping scan. So it won't scan, and we can see the quick scan is minus T capital 4 and just minus F. So this is a quick scan that we also show previously, and also in this quick scan plus you just add the minus F and then version light. This is the version detection, and these are the extensive version of the quick scan. So minus SB means it looking for the version detection and got the aggressive mode in for speed. This is the speed and OS detection. So minus F means for the 100 ports we have got this minus light version light or minus mass version light. So this changes how aggressive the version detection is with version light less, because this is quite scan plus, that's why it is version light. So it's quicker for the version detection, and we have also got like quick trace route. It is pretty simple. So it uses the nmaps minus sn minus trace route. So it is just a trace route, and the minus SN is the number of port scan, and they just to trace through the performance here for the regular scan. This is the default. So I will now check the regular scan. This is the default, and all of that, as you already saw in previous, all of that, as you can see, and map in previous, all of that. So this is a default. So now I will go through the last one. So comprehensive scan. So in Linux that would be in root, and in Windows that would be the admin. So this command line launch these install scans, but with one privilege accounts, and this cannot create raw packets. So the TCP that connects is used by the default command. So no discovery option has been given. So remember, Maps and ICMP echo request wrapping that TCP SYN packets supports. So TCP SYN packet supports like 443, and the TCP ACK packets like port 80, as you can see here, port 80, and then ICMP timestamp request like this. So if no discovery option are given, so for example, or app for IPv4, the discovery for IPv6 scan, this one, which are used for any target on a local or Ethernet network. So if your targets are on the local Ethernet, it will do that up for the neighborhood discovery as well. So that is the default, as we have already gone through in the Zenmap. It's not any different. I am just reminding you again that as repetition it helps you to remember, and then it can help you to use the command very helpfully, because you don't have to write each time. You can just select the profile. So let me just give you a brief description about this profile and the end one. So we have got our C scan, we have got our EDB scan, and we have spreading up to 4. So although it says we will show comprehension scan in the profile name, it doesn't mean that this is the stealth scan. But it's a slow scan, and it going to act slow, and if it is act slow, then so it would be T0, but it is T4, so it will act as fast. So capital A, which is OS detection, version detection, then okay, this one is script coming tracer, the one capital P is capital P, E is the ICMP echo for discovery. I have also like minus capital PP, which is ICMP timestamp. So we've got PS, which is a SYN ACK host discovery, and it is specified in here. So we've got minus PA, which is the discovery on this port. Also got minus capital on minus capital P, which is the UDP host discovery on 40125 port. So we have got minus PY, which is TCP discovery, and minus G is on 53. So the changing source port to this port 53 port, so they look like DNS, and then we are invoking the scripting in here. So we are adding script from possibly default, discovery and safe. So those are the all built-in profiles that are installed in ZenMap. So that's all for the ZenMap default profiles and their description and brief introduction. So now we will be talking about the ZenMap profile editor, which is a great tool. So if you are not good at remembering all the available commands in ZenMap, so it will be very useful for you to edit or add a new profile. So there are a lot of options in ZenMap profile editor which you can see in here. You can add new profile or comment, or even edit the existing profile that's are all in here, that's are by default. So let me just edit a profile. So as you can see, it's on intensive scan because I am on an intensive scan, that's why it's showing a intensive scan profile. So if I use this ping scan and if I want to edit this, just it will show as ping scan. So what it will be selected in here, that you can be edited from here, that's it. So let me just edit this. So as you can see here, okay, let me just edit intense scan. So as you can see here, this is the profile name. You can also change it to anything like B2, or you can even change the description of this profile. So from the scan you can also enable or disable any comment that it will show in here. Like if I want to enable this IPv6, as you can see it enabled. If I want to disable this, then it will be disabled, and if I want to enable the operating system, it will be enabled in comment. So what we will do in here, it will be populated in here in the comment box. So if I want to timing template be like insane, then as you can see it will be like T5. If I want to edit by T0, then it will be like T0, which is very slow. Enable, as you can see in the description, you can see all those in here. So we have got this information in here, which is some helpful information for your discovery and save. So and in here, as you can see, in here you will see lots of helps to what it does or the main point of this. It will show in here as like this brute force is mean a list of all installed script, activate or deactivate script by clicking on the box. So it will tell you a description of what you want to know. So if we want to change the argument value, so you can just simply type like 2, and it will, as you can see, it became the common value, which is username 2. And in the timing, you can also timing the performance, like if I want to max the time to scan like in example you can time it like 4 seconds, and it will show in the comment box as you can see host timeout. So you can also hide this by using any of these probe timeout and initial probe timeout or max outstanding probes. Any of these maxes can delay any, or you can add any of these or edit any of this in here, and that will add to the command. So let me just go all of this in detail bars. So this profile you can just edit your profile name or even your description, like you can edit any of this in here. You can look at the help if you want. So in scan you can just can edit TCP scan, like I want to use minus SN, then you can, as you can see it added the TCP scan. You can even add like UDP scan, as you can see it added the UDP scan minus SU. You can add the template like aggressive to be, so it can add it the, if you want the ideal scan then it can add ideal scan. If you want disable reverse, you can add, it will add all of this. So and for the ping, so if you want ICMP ping you can just tick this and it will add. If you don't, so just untick this. And for the scripting, as I previously told, you can edit any of the scripting as you want. There are lots of scripting, so you can add the username or password value in here, that will add all in here. So in the target you can exclude host network by adding this minus exclude function. You can add fast scan by adding minus F, as you can see it added the minus F. So you can add all types of target option as you want. So in the source bar you can use like set source IP address by, so you can add set source IP address which is minus S, then it will add all of this. And the other, this is the miscellaneous part. So this is the extra option. If you want you can just tick or untick, like if I don't want minus B, so I untick this. So this is all. And for the timing, as I previously told, you can just tick and untick any of this as you want. So that's all for the ZenMap profile editor. So yeah, for especially ZenMap is worth having to play around with these options like edit or add a new profile editor, so you can have a better understanding of how these command work or how each of those function works. So especially when you are new and especially when you are looking at the scripting option, this is a good test to try and edit a couple of these functions and try what it does. So which can be a little complicated to remember and to specify. So there you go, that's the ZenMap GUI, and I think it is a pretty good addition to the ZenMap command line tool. And that's all for the profile editor lecture. Hello everyone, so now I will talk about a little bit more about the ZenMap steps, what you can do with the ZenMap, and more importantly that I will show you a tool that you can use to assign a physical location, namely a city or an IP address. So it's relatively precise and it's relatively good, but the downside of it is it can be only make 1000 queries for a day, which is still a very reasonable, but I mean 1000 queries per day is pretty good thing. However, if you are doing some sort of mass scanning or something like that, it won't help you. So you will need to go online and download the libraries for that. but 1000 is a very good number, and let me just show you how it actually works. So here I have a comment. So this is the comment that I have used to scan. So this is the comment, this is the curl function, and this is the ipinfo.io / the IP address, and you have a host, so you can get a host name as well. So let me just click. As you can see, you get a host name, also you get a city like Fremont, also region like California, and country US, so postal code and so on and so forth. So to get some really good information here in regards to an IP address, but as I said, the downside is that you can make only 1000 queries per day. So you are not going to do anything legal here or anything of a kind that you are simply querying a database somewhere in the world to give you a specific information to on an IP address. So you could have done this by simply typing on this internet. So however, so I used to teach you how to get these things to a terminal so that you will be less dependent on the browser or of things that similar kind. So anyway, let's go ahead and clear this out. Now I want to discuss with you with some external resources which you can use to combine and with ZenMap, and ZenMap has a wide variety of scripts that are applicable to it, and then you will be able to use the ZenMap in order to scan for particular vulnerabilities on the server elsewhere in the world. So let's just go ahead and check this website. This is the nmap.org NSE NSE Docker reference portal. So, and on this website there is a link. So this is the link. Just go to this website and navigate over this here in this website. So this is not really that hard. So I am here and ZenMap website, and I have a list of categories of what sorts of script can I run with the Nmap and in order to scan for particular vulnerabilities. So I have some, as you can see, 604 scripts from here, which is a lot. So I can forget the denial of service attack. So these sort of vulnerabilities for exploit. So the external for brute forcing is for authentication, etc. Anyway, let's just go and click on one of them. Like there is many. So as you can see, there's a lot of the script. So let's just I just open one. So let's just talk about this. So and go some general thing. So now that I have all things here, so if you are wondering how can I bypass firewall rules, well, simply use a script. It says firewall-bypass. The text vulnerability in NetFilter and other firewall that use helps to the dynamically open port for protocols such as FTP or SFP. So this is going to help you a good amount of cases. You can go ahead and open up a new link. So you can go ahead and try another any script as you want. So for example, this syntax is nothing different. What you need to do is, instead of a lesser than target is greater than sign, just type the IP address. As you can see here, and literally that is only the thing that you need to change. Just copy and paste this in a comment These all just copy and paste, and then just change the last thing into IP address. As you can see here, just change the last thing to IP address that you wish to scan. Now I'm not gonna go through all of them because there are a lot of script in here. As you can see, lot of script, lots and lots of script. So we'll be using some of them. However, in the later lectures where you will get some of the clear demonstration, once we start attacking particular services and start exploiting these vulnerabilities. However, again, I won't go through all 600 and something like script because this would be a very long, and this will take like more than 1 hour or so. So you can go and nmap website. First thing, look at the security tools and security list and scanner. So there are many resources here that you can use, and as you can see, many resources, security tools, security list, and many things is here. So but just take a look. This is probably the most important part for you and for everybody on this website is the availability. So the availability of this script, this all script. So just take a look and what they do and what can you do with them. So with the primarily because you can save yourself a tunnel of time but just conducting a scan for a certain types of exploit. So if I click on exploit, it gives me all sorts of exploit. For example, if I attacking a very secure file, and that is a transfer protocol, so just going through it, it explains in a greater details that what it does, and if you click on it, it's gonna give you the exact syntax which you need to use. So literally the exact syntax which you need to use right next to it, like this. You just type in the IP address of whatever host you want, and that's it. There are no changes, there is nothing you need to do. You just copy and paste this and change the name here. So anyway, I'm just gonna go and scroll up and look for some. There are a lot. Okay, firewall bypass. So it's called exploit DB. So it's just in a exploit DB, and the first thing that pops up is exploit database by offensive security. So you can find them all in one place in here in this page. There are all the script in here. So there are some very nice wireless tricks that you can do here, like reverse shell privileges, pretty much everything. We'll be using this site extensively for following the lectures in the upcoming videos. So but I just want to mention it here primarily that you can exploit a little bit. So I advised you to do it. So go through the website. For example, take a look at the router you are using. So in this website, as you can see, this website you can go and search for any router that you are using. Just see what sort of router you are using, see sort of robbery was provided to you by the ISP provider, and then go ahead and click on the search, and in the upper right, so on the top menu, it's in the right time to selecting it now. So just going to search for vulnerabilities for your home router and see what you can do with it. See, you can look by port. As you can see, you can look by port, and there is a free text space and search and description and title and author tag, platform type, all of this CV and look at how many platforms are down there. And if you don't know what platform it is, just try to click a free search thing, type in your router, type that in a free search text, then it will give you some mobilities, because pretty much all home routers have some vulnerabilities. Then they should so this is the task I want everyone to try, because finding the vulnerability of your router at your home is very easy and fun to do, and figure out your first task. And usually we can do it just looking on the box of a router, or you can just look at the router itself. So once you've done that, you can found the vulnerability. That would be the description, how to use and try exploiting it. So if it fails, and it probably won't, because all you need to do is copy pasting into the terminal, and we are going to do lots of demonstration later. So along the way we'll do some complex stuff, but before we do it, I want you to try it also. So now finally I would say that you can fix your technique and improve yourself. Before I leave, just one more time here about the scripts, that you can use them and map to detect the particular vulnerabilities. Just click on it. Once you click on it, you will get the exact syntax. All you need to do is change the IP address and type the exploit db. Use this website extensively. It is very good website, and there are a lot of vulnerabilities on it. Pretty much all of them are located here, here. And the main thing is, it is completely free. You don't need to pay anything extra. So anybody can access the registration, and no registration required, and that's all. So I will urge you to try it yourself, then continue with it. So then, and after that, you can see the particular vulnerabilities and find the details and how it is done. So that's all about the script of Nmap, and that's it. So now we'll be using the virtual machine Kali Linux to use the Nmap as a command in a command or terminal. So how this works without the visual graphics interface that we previously saw. So we will go through the Nmap using the command. So, and also we are going to interact with the victim to get the active information, like open port, service network technology vulnerability. So we are going to get more critical information, and this will be definitely very useful one while you are planning for the penetration testing. So when it comes for the active information, this is actually kind of critical, and you need to get to a approval of doing that. So if you practice scanning and port scanning and networking, make sure that you get the right approval, or you are doing that in your own lab. But do not start scanning different system and internally or online without getting the approval from themselves. So without getting the approval, that would get you some problem. So let's start with what actually we are looking for when it comes to the active information. So first, I need to know if my system is live or not. With a simple way of doing it is using ping. So let's just ping my machine, ping a machine IP 10. What's my machine ID? 10.0.2.15 10.0.2.15. So as you can see, my existing computer inside this virtual machine is actually live. So I can get a reply and ping in Kali Linux in a different way, that is not just sending. So as you can see, let's just stop it, Control C. So I got the, as you can see, my system is online and running. So I can get a reply or pinging in Kali Linux in a different way, that just not by sending packets or waiting for the supply. So it's a continuous process, and window when you do ping, it sends 4 small packets if the victim got a specific protocol called ICMP up and running. So you have to reply back. So after replying back with the same amount of packets and the same size. So ping is a way of doing that, except most of the system right now, if you have a computer that has a Windows installed on it, by default the firewall is on, and the firewall will block the size. So sometimes the system is on. What it mean by, when you are using ping, you will not be able to know if the system is live or not. So that's why you can see in a few minutes how to use the another tool. So number one, I need to know if my system that I will scan, or the system that is considered by victim, is live or not. And when I'm saying that, it means that is connected to a network for the information, or the second piece of information that I need to get the open port. Now what is exactly important here is, when I talking about, or what I'm saying is that we have a question like what I mean by port. The port is a communication channel for, so any service on your computer that need to be, or need to use a specific port, like you open your browser and like type google.com. So the request for opening the page, I go here and I reloaded this page for the request. So this port 80 knows how to deal with the web pages, because it choose a specific service called HTTP, and this HTTP service knows how to send a request for a page. So how to receive a request for a page and so on. So what I am saying here is, the only port 80 can deal with website request and so on, while if I am trying to download something for resident or from the internet, I need port 21. So suppose port 21 using a service called FTP, so that is dedicated for download. If I need to connect to a system through a service call, then we need to type like telnet or something. You can use like telnet. So my point is here that different services are working on different port. So let me give you an easy example for you to understand. So if you are working somewhere and you need to call the HR department people, so definitely in your phone you have an extension for HR department, and another extension for finance department, and another extension for support team. So same concept is here with the different communication channel that allows us to use the different service. As I was saying that So if you want to call or HR people or finance people or support team, so you have a different number so that you can call them separately. So if you want to call HR people, you call the HR number, or call support team, you call the support team number. So you don't have one single number that allow you to reach everyone. Same concept is here. We have different communication channel that allow us to use different service. The second question is it physical, or can you open your computer and see what is in port 80? So as I was saying that when you open your computer and see what is port 80 and what is port 23 or 20, those are the logical communication channel. It's not something physical which is logical. So one third question is, how many port do I have in my system? So I have something like 65,535 as we have a huge amount of port, and those are divided into different times and to different category. So we have a support that is less than 1024. So those are a well-known port. If I scan my system and I see that port 80 is open, then it's a well-known port, it's a safe, so it should not disturb me. But if I see something like 6666, 6000 something open port, so which is higher than 1024, so I should investigate what is opening with this port. So it could be virus or something hacking could be on my computer. So all the ports that is above 1024 just actually need to be the investigate. So what I need to do right now is to scan my victim port. So what port he got on this system running. So I am going to use a very important tool called nmap, and it is a very important tool where you are guessing active information, and this is used for different types of information. So let's start by getting the support of my victim. So I am going to type nmap, and this is the nmap, and type 192.168.1.103. So this is my Windows machine, so that's why I am using this as a victim machine, and minus SS. So and also minus capital O. So let's just try this. It will take a couple of seconds. So as you can see, so let me just define this. The point is here, minus small is and capital is mean show me the open port, and so this means is show me the open port and close port, and what service that are using on this specific port. So I have like 135 port open, and have like 139 port open, and like 445 open. So what exactly is opening that? Because according to that, so if this service is vulnerable and it can be checked if it can be hacked or not, and minus capital O will show me the operating system, and this will show me the operating system. So as you can see, I am getting the result in here. I have couple of open ports, and also running Microsoft OS, as you can see in this 445 port, because also so actually they are very handy, and if you find those port open, I'm going to show you how easy it is to compromise the system for this. So it seems there's a lot of services are there, and hotkey is a huge amount of service. I mean, most probably you will be able to compromise the system, because you need to check any vulnerable service, and if the service increases, that means the probability to find the vulnerability increases. So I'm getting all those services here, and also all those ports that are running on this computer. So I was able to get the okay, now it is one close port. As you can see, there is one close port, and let me show what description is here. So OS detection performed. As you can see, my OS also detected is Microsoft Windows, and this is very helpful, at least I know, and it is a very valuable information, and we are going to see later how to utilize this information to compromise this. And then it tells me that that the network is on which under, and my computer is directly to the connected to the network, and there isn't any traffic routing. So I mean, there are, because it's on the same network, it actually the information that I'm getting using the nmap. So let's see how to use nmap a little bit and get more information. So let's clear all this, and let's type in some command to get the script that we previously showed on certain website, that we can comment and run from here. So those are very useful scripts that allow you to use and map to search for vulnerability to enumeration, and together even much more deeper information about your vector. So to see those scripts, you need to switch to their location. So to all the .nec script, and those are the name of the additional script, and let me just type this cd. So this is the directory. So cd username, share, nmap, and script. So if I just press enter, and just it already goes to this directory, just list all of those scripts. So ls means list. As you can see, .nec, all those script is in here. So all the nec script and all those name of the additional script that can be found inside this root under the user. So this is the location of the all nec script, and if you search inside, you will be able to find all the script that will get rules. So use some of those script during the I will use some of the script during the upcoming lectures. But once you get familiar with them, I want to start using the remaining of them and get familiar with them, because they are very useful, and when you are doing a penetration testing, these are this script that can be used in nmap to get you some valuable information. What do you think about the nmap, and is it a useful tool? But the problem is that it's a command line tool, and it needs some memorizing or some effort to use it. So what if the nmap is a tool like nmap, but the graphical one, not the command one like this? Would you like this? Would you like to use that tool? So actually there is a graphical tool for the nmap, and it is very powerful one called nmap. So if you are not comfortable with using the command line, you can use that tool to do the work using that ZenMap graphical user interface. So let me open the ZenMap. As you can see, so for instance, in my case, I am going to put my IP address here, and at the end I will put /24, which means the full network. And as you notice, I have already got the full syntax. If you need to do the same scanning, but from the command line you can use this, or just use the profile as I previously showed, and you can choose the types of scan. Is it intensive or quick or ping or anything that you want? So now let's try to scan, and this scan will take a long time. So that's why I already scanned this, so that I don't have to wait to end the scan. And I let you know that it will take 5 to 6 minutes to complete. So let's just patient when you're using this intense scan on a primary IP address. So I did specify some, actually more than one machine, but we're going to see what's the difference. So actually ZenMap has some good advantage, that is showing you not just the same information of all the machine, but also it's showing us the topology, which is this, and how those computers are connected together, and it's showing you the machine that is more vulnerable than the other machine. So if you need to hack this network, you should start with this one, because this is easy to get, and usually in network we look for the weakest point to catch, and some unable to compromise the weakest point. So I can use some technique to compromise the other machine. So instead of spending effort on all the network machine that you will indicate, or you will show which one, I will show you which one are more vulnerable. So let's see. So let's see if he gets any topology or not. So yes, so after this ends, this will show you lots of information, so lots of services, as this is a intensive scale. So one thing to notice, this is not recommended to do inside a working network environment, because this will actually generate a huge amount of traffic, which because it will scan everything. But it's better to do it on a subnet or on a smaller scale. But if you launch the scan on all network, it will be detected and it will cause some serious performance issue. So what I'm going to do is, so after the scan end, I'm going to do, as you can see already, you can check the host name of all the hosts that are here. So you will get everything from this about this host, and open ports like what operating system, what MAC addresses, and what the services are running in this operating system in here. So you will get a full report about this. And the interesting part here is the topology section. Let me just zoom a couple bits. So as you can see there, it's showing all the positive, and most of them are positive because my internet connection are more secure. But most of the time, if you use a vulnerable IP address, it will show you the red signal, which is mean it is vulnerable, and this is yellow means it is all right. So if you plan to compromise the network, you should start with this. While the green are a little bit secure and yellow one you can try, but red one you can try to compromise that network if it shows that it's red. But all my machines, as you can see, are green, so you cannot actually compromise any of my machine. So if you are able to compromise any network inside any computer inside the network, you will be able to compromise the secure one without, you won't be able to compromise the secure one. And we're gonna see a technique for that in the future. So my point is here that you can use a graphical interface for Nmap and it will give you the same result as you even change the switch here according to your need. So you have different ways for scanning. You can scan command line, you can scan using command like I did here previously, as I show how this is done, and also using the so you can use a graphical interface like Zenmap to scan. Okay, that's all. So the last time we talked about the ping and how ping has some limitation when it comes to check if the system is live or not. In a sense that the system may be up, but because it disables the ICMP traffic or as ICMP protocol, even if you ping on the system, you are not getting a reply. So you will not be able to figure out when the system is live or not. I can use Nmap for sweeping the network and know how many machines are up. So let's see how to do that, and we can type Nmap like this, Nmap one 192.168 dot 1.1012 on 1 to 10. So as I put 1 from 10 for instance, I can see and it will scan. So as you can see the result, it got me all the systems and IPs of the physical machine. So he is getting me the from those 1 to 10 machines, how machine that I have. So maybe the list is small because the amount of number of machine that I have are like maybe 3 to 4, but in a real network this should be a very big list. So can you just organize it, or can I have it, can I save the file, because later on I am going to need information how to access them and I need to have them in an organized way. So we can do that. You use the same command and map using this, and at the and write minus small o g, then file name, like result. As you can see, it saved it here. So first I use the same command, then I added the minus O and capital G. This is to get the output organized in a file, and the file name I saved is as results. So I got the same result as you can see here and here, but the result has been saved in a file by the name of result. So if you can check here, you should able to find the result file. So to result file, type ncat to check the file that I saved. You just write ls on the command. As you can see, I have previously saved this file as nmap and now I saved as results. So you can see here all the saved files in here. So this is borrowed any file content that I saved previously and what we have inside this. So if I want to check this, so let's just check the results and array SULTS. Okay, I did some mistake. I forget to type the cat function. So what you have to do, if you want to check the file, you have to type the cat as cat function, then type the file that you want to see, like results. Then as you can see, it shows the same output, except it is very organized. So you can see the file, because later on when you are going to need to result of this scanning and what it did, so nmap can only be used to sweeping the network and identify which computers are up, but also it can, as you can see in command line, it can save up the result and also save it up, and also you can view it as a very organized and meaningful way for you to work on later on. So now I will tell you a little bit more information about nmap. So different port using different servers. So it's exactly like the example that I gave you a couple of lectures ago, that you may have at your office, that you may have a phone that you have a specific extension that allow you to contact another extension that are like, you want to contact finance, it will call the finance, it will, you want to contact CEO's number, and you will call the CEO number. So you don't have one extension that allow you to connect to everyone. So different extension without the different people. So you have separate extension for separate people so that you can contact to them separately. Same idea here, that the port that we have, they have around like 65,500 something, and they are divided to two different categories. So we have the this port, and we have less than 1024, and these are usually called a well-known port, and how to verify them is to how to check them by typing in a state minus n, like net state space minus n, and you can get all the active connection from your internet, like local addresses, foreign addresses, and state. So as you can see, I have a huge amount of connections. So as I will not be worry about much of them, because I already know what most of them are. So because later on you can see even the well-known port can be compromised, but port like like this one. So As you can see, there are some ports that are listening. Also, no one is connected to right now, while I have a port here that is not yet established, and also I have couple of them TCP port that are listening. Also couple of them are established. So we have someone connected to that IP. So you can see that IP has a connection to us through this port, and reason is why that you can verify that without an extra tool, using just an this same just with an capital O. So what it will do is, it will do have a some all the connection that have a PID. So we have a someone connected to this port. So as you can see, there is an IP that is connected to us through this port. As you can see, each of them is connected to the separate port. So you can verify according to these process IDs. As you can see, PID, process IDs. So which program are using this? So for instance, assuming I have a port like 1092 or 4, these two. So I can go and check this out. So go to the task manager and just go to in details, and you can just check this process IDs or which of them using which application. So as you can see, 1092 it uses the SBC host. It is a Windows application, so built in. So it uses this. Also 4, as you can see, system uses the 4 port, and also you can find like an established 6520. Let me search 6520. As you can see, search host. So you can find out the any application using these process IDs from the task manager to figure it out. If you have some vulnerable application, or if someone is trying to hack you, you can just check this out using this. Also it shows that, as you can see, suspended. So even if you have a process, you can choose the numbers. So this may be hack machine or something. So at least I know the name of the application by using those PID on and checking from the task manager. So I can verify later on this application or all these exe files that is related to this. And this is a way for tracing and what exactly are using this port. So later on you can see, and you are gonna learn some advanced skill that when you have some, because you are sending an executable file or payrolls that is executable on his system, so it can be verified from here. So if someone checking that, he can be verified and he can be detected. But we are going to learn that we can do anything called migration, that I can associate it with malicious process of mine. So who's one of the system processes, so it will be undetectable. So this is everything I want to explain related to Nmap. Hello everyone, so now I will be talking about the Nmap and how you can analyze its traffic with Wireshark. So Nmap is a tool for scanning the port and net. So you use it to scan. So that works basically, it can gives you a great deal of information. For example, if you are a LAN and if you are in that, it can give you the MAC addresses of the machine that are within that line, and of course you know the IP addresses. So if you don't know the IP addresses, you can just scan the entire subnet or something of a kind, and it can also determine which operating systems are running an old machine. So which where they are in it and outside, it doesn't matter. It will conduct a scan, but primarily it can tell you what errors are open up, what ports are open up on the system. So if it does, what ports are open, and get deal of things from that. So for example, you can figure out which services are running, and you can assume which operating system is running there. So because you have a default open port and some system, and in a such a way that you can get more information. Now you shouldn't scan a system that you do not own or have an explicit permission to scan, because this is not a permitted. However, today I will be using my lab environment, so I will be using my own virtual machine, and I will show you how you can actually reduce and monitor the traffic. So more importantly, how you can monitor the size of the traffic, because the less packets you have, the lower the probability is when you scan, and that will be detected. So you have a lower chance that the firewall will actually stop your scan. So this is very important for people who are independent. They can be used. So they use this method basically just to scan a virtual machine with NCAP, and then have Wireshark to monitor the scan in a such a way to see which port of which parameter and which sort of scan of the map that will generate the least amount of traffic. So now I am on a virtual machine on Kali Linux. So let me just open both Wireshark and Nmap. So let me go and open Wireshark first. So let me go and analyze the traffic for a couple of minutes. And now let me go and okay, wait, let me go and open up Nmap. So in Wireshark I use a filter so that it uses this specific traffic from this IP to this IP. So as you can see, Wireshark not detected any traffic from this IP because I did not send any. So now let me just show you and send some of the IP traffic from here, and I will send port 80 traffic in here. So filter host is up. Port state service 80 TCP filter. Okay, so it didn't detect that much at all. So let me couple of traffic. Let me check. IP is 192.168. On 92.68.1.4 minus P80. Okay, let me just fix let me just fix this one. Okay, okay, let me just try again. So let me send couple of the traffics on port 80. So let me try type and map and port 80. As you can see, these are now traffic that are coming from port 80. As you can see, these are the similar. So it's certainly not showing a lot of port because it gives us less. So one of the best thing that you can do is primarily you are scanning a large amount of IP addresses to make a file, and in that file the list of IP addresses that you want to scan, that pass the ports. So I don't have to scan like thousands of port. I just scanned these and it showed this couple of packets. So on the board 80, I also know about that. I'm going to go ahead and scan the on port like port 48. So let me scan on port 48. As you can see, it giving me a 48 filters port. So there you go. I just wanted to capture the session that gives me on this certain port. So I want to see how many packets that will capture, and this will definitely have less traffic from the previous scans because port of this virtual machine port 80 is closed and the firewall dropping all the connection on this port, so it doesn't even matter now. So now that it is called it's a HTTP service. So however, what is important to us here is that it has only generated couple of packets. So and this is fantastic. This is not something that's gonna be problematic and that's gonna be noticeable or something of a kind, especially as I said, if you have a range of 100 or 200 IP addresses, then you can conduct a full port scan of all those 100 IP addresses rather than instead focusing on a single like this. And in terms of services, it will give you the only these ports results and show you in here on Wireshark. So let me just try another one, nmap minus p22 minus pn. As you can see, it giving me now that all the TCP ports from this destination and also ARP ports. So in this port you can see easily a couple of traffic that we can analyze, and it's very good if you want to analyze those certain traffic. So it is good if you type this on a nmap and get the result in here, and also it filters there. So it simply means that Wireshark cannot determine whether the port is open or closed. However, it says most likely closed because you are not going to able to do anything on it while the firewall dropping it. So for SSH, it clearly says that it is closed, and we have reduced our packet size and only generated to couple of packets. So our scanning traffic from thousands or hundreds to only couple of packets like 10 or 15 from this specific nmap. So this is a significant improvement and is detectable, but nobody gonna notice or care for a single scan, and that is what people invent. Testing industry are usually counting on height in the measure to get the information and then attempt to do something from there. So you can have also like, so now I will import both 22 and 80 ports. So let me just type in here minus p 22 comma 80 minus pn. As you can see, it's all showing from both 22 and 80. So this is very helpful primarily because we will be able to discuss pretty much as many as port as you like here, and then you can specify those ports like 22 or 80 that I did in here. So primarily this will be helpful because you will be able to specify particular services and nothing else. So it's split in here. For what I did is reset it in, and there are couple of packages here for the port and that we passed, and we also generated couple of packets, and we figured out what's going on port 22 and 80 as opposed to just generating a huge number of traffic without using nmap and getting pretty much the same amount of information as using just Wireshark to analyze. So this can help when you are done. So I mean 3, 4, 5 packets is nothing, so it's something that's not noticeable. As I said before, in any cases I want to conclude this, how you can use both nmap and Wireshark to analyze the traffic on specific ports. So let me just go ahead and mention again that this is not okay. You okay to apply on your home or public. So you can use this network so that you don't need to use this network where you don't have any permission to scan, or that you do not own people who works in this industry. So some of the people like us, they get contract and they are allowed to do a particular things that would test the security of the network. So if you wish to conduct your own, I would advise you to construct some virtual machines. It is relatively easy to use. All you need to use is just like this, any virtual machine or any virtual machine like Kali Linux. Just install it on your main computer and you're good to go, and you can do pretty much whatever you want. You can also install router operating system and also have your virtual machine act as a router as well. So there's such a way that you will be able to conduct any sort of test that you want there, and there is no boundaries, so there is no legal limits here. You can literally destroy the machine there because they are the virtual machine, and you can do anything you want on your virtual machine, and this will not affect your main machine. So your main machine will be safe, and you can just destroy and test and do anything on your virtual machine. So mostly of all in my cases there would be all for Wireshark and nmap. So I hope you enjoyed these lessons and get to know a little bit more about this nmap, and I hope this helps. Thank you for watching.